Good morning and welcome to Annenberg Radio News' special coverage live from the LA Times Festival of Books. I'm Ethan Huang.
And I'm Sana Mahmood. We are here outside of Joachimi Library on USC's campus, right next to the main stage. At the top of each hour, we'll be bringing you coverage from the festival, interviews with authors, and much more, so stay tuned.
Kicking off our first segment, we have a very special conversation with politician, activist, and former Georgia State Representative Stacey Abrams. My co-host Sana got to chat with Abrams about her latest children's book titled Stacey Speaks Up.
I don't think it sounds cool. I think they're really quiet with music. Oh, I get it. I hate
and now the third.
That's awesome. I love that your family was your initial editor. What messages do you hope young readers take away from this book specifically?
So Stacey Speaks Up really focuses on, I think, a critical topic for this moment, which is how do you confront injustice with empathy, but also take responsibility through action and advocacy. And little Stacey, who's the protagonist in the three stories, is in the cafeteria and sees that a classmate can't eat and she turns to the adults, the people who should be in charge, the people who should be responsible, and she's basically told, "You're going to have to figure this out." And I think that might be resonant for some people right now who we're waiting for others to solve these big, complicated problems, and they should. But that doesn't exempt us from the responsibility to take action. And for children,
Once again, that was Stacey Abrams, and she'll be making her appearance in just over an hour at the children's stage here at the LA Times Festival of Books.
Coming up on the main stage is Jay Ellis, author of Did Everyone Have an Imaginary Friend or Just Me? We will also be speaking to author Laura Numeroff, who wrote the famous If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, about her work and her new book, Maximama.
And if you're here at the festival, be sure to swing by. We are at booth 1115 in front of the LA Times main stage. It's currently raining, but the rain should be letting up soon. You can hear the marching band in the background.
That's all for now for Annenberg Radio News special live coverage from the LA Times Festival of Books. We will return at the top of the next hour with more interviews and more coverage, so stay tuned.
So, what are you reading right now, Sana?
I just finished the ACOTAR series, and I'm reading Fourth Wing, which my roommate recommended, so I'm hoping it's as good. How about you?
I'm currently reading that book over at the bottom of the stack pile
Oh, cool.
the camera is sitting on.
What's that?
It's a book called House of Leaves.
Okay.
Very strange, bizarre book, kind of a pseudo, like it's talking about a make-up documentary, but it's a very strange, supernatural thing. Really
Interesting.
weird.
Cool. Awesome.
I can feel a change in everything. And as the surface breaks, reflections fade. But in some ways they remain the same. And as my mind begins to spread its wings, there's no stopping.
outside of Doheny Library next to the main stage. I'm Daishalyn Thatcher.
And I'm Sana Mahmood. Right now we are joined by children's book author and illustrator Laura Nimroff, who is at this weekend's festival promoting her new book, Max and Mama. Laura is set to speak at the children's stage in a few hours to promote her new book. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, it's my pleasure, absolutely.
Yeah, so for your most recent work, Max and Mama, taking us through a sweet day between a mother and her son, what do you want children to take away from this?
Well, first I should say they're corgis. Nobody's expecting humans when they look at the book. Max and Mama spend the day together, and they take their bikes to the park, and they have a picnic. They play hide and seek and have lots of fun. And on the way home, one of Max's training wheels falls off. So he has to decide whether to walk the bike home or take off the other training wheel, because Mama can't put it back on and ride for the first time on two wheels. And of course, takes a couple of tries, but he finally gets it. And my motto, basically, for a long time has been never give up, because my book, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, was rejected 9 times.
Wow.
And Max and Mama, in its former reiteration, was rejected 17 times.
Wow.
So, yeah, you just got to keep going for what you want.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it ended up working out. So I'm glad that, that was the motto, to keep going. And it's definitely really inspiring. But yeah, kind of going off of that. So you started in 1975.
Yes.
And you're now nearing your 50th book?
Max and Mama's 49.
49, okay.
I have one more coming out soon, but it's a reprinting with different illustrations of a book that was published a long time ago.
Amazing. So yeah, just wondering, how do you keep coming up with new ideas?
Well, one of the books I'm working on or hoping to sell is I sponsor a horse for therapeutic horseback riding for kids and adults with disabilities, and it's amazing how many people have never heard of it. And I really think it's an important thing for everybody to know, especially kids, that horses can help people with disabilities just as well as dogs can. And I also have a book called Raising a Hero, about a boy raising a puppy to become a service dog.
Oh, nice. So now we're going to take a little blast from the past for a second, talk about your iconic If You Give series. Well, first and foremost, thank you for shaping our childhood.
We really appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, just in my family, this book was really important to us. I've been so excited to talk to you. Me and my sister had all of them. If You Throw a Pig a Party, Moose and Muffin, all of them. And then we had a sister 15 years later. She's 8 now. It's all of those books are still really important to her. She reads them every night.
Oh, how great.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, when you wrote these, did you imagine they would remain relevant for all this time?
Okay, so Mouse a Cookie is my 10th book. I actually had my first book published in college in a class called Writing Children's Books. That was 1975. And Mouse, like I said, was rejected 9 times. And when they bought it, they didn't do any publicity. Luckily, it gained an audience. And then eventually they bought Moose Muffin, which is my favorite, and then Pig a Pancake. And then I got a contract for 6 more books. And so then I did go on a lot of book tours. And I had no idea what was going to happen with it. Nobody knows every time you write a new book. I have a book called If You Give a Man a Cookie for adults, which is a spectacular failure. It did not sell at all.
Oh,
so
my God.
You just never know.
What do you think about that series? Why is that? Do you think the messages in those books still remain so near and dear to kids' hearts?
I think, well, first of all, I have ADD. I've been tested. And I have very short attention span, and I get distracted very easily. And I think kids can relate to that, and I think parents can relate to their kids being like that. Or perhaps I know a lot of women and men who do have ADD when they're adults. So I think a lot of people can relate to seeing something, reminding them of something. And the best part about the book series is kids with autism really like the cause and effect feature of it.
Oh, that's awesome. I never realized that.
Yeah, and I do think it's very interesting. I think kids nowadays are a little bit more like trained to have shorter attention spans with social media and things like that.
Yes.
So it definitely still speaks to children now, which is amazing. You're like, yes,
Oh, I
I've
know.
experienced that,
I know.
yeah.
I mean, I grew up when there were, 5 channels, and you had to stand up to change it, so it was like a big decision.
Yeah.
Now you just flick your finger and
It's
you're
just like on to the next.
700 things to look
Skip
at.
add in 5.
Yes.
But yeah, also just wondering what the adaptation process was like for If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, turning it into an Amazon Prime TV show, and were you hesitant to give over the rights for that?
It was very difficult because, we met with typically Nickelodeon, DreamWorks, PBS, and the same response I got was, how are we going to do a circular story every episode? But we finally met with Amazon, and they were able to figure out a way to do it. I didn't feel like I gave up the rights. I felt like I was giving them the right to produce the book, and I think they did a great job. We're nominated for 2 Emmys. They did 50 11-minute episodes, and Lisa Loeb, who did the music,
That's epic.
phenomenal. She did a great job.
Yeah. Wow.
So it was a very fun experience.
That sounds awesome. Do you see more adaptations in the future? Or would you want to do that?
I wouldn't mind a mouse movie.
That would be great. I would love to see that.
Everyone look out for it. And just lastly, we wanted to know, what's your favorite children's book?
Oh, I have 2 books that are my favorite. The first one is Eloise, about a girl who lives in Manhattan, and my dog's name is Eloise. And then Stuart Little, about a mouse that lives in New York, and I've been published by both publishers.
Oh, that's awesome.
So it's come full circle, and that's Eloise.
Oh, I love that. Oh my god.
Wow. Amazing. Well, thank you so much.
Oh, sure.
For taking time to
I
be
found the
here with us.
booth.
Yes, no, we're happy to have you here, even though you had to trek through the rain. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
But make sure you head to the children's stage at 105 to hear Laura talk all about her new book, Max and Mama.
Yeah, that's all for Annenberg Radio News Special live coverage from LA Times Festival of Books. We will return at the top of the next hour with more interviews and more coverage, so stay tuned.
Back to Annenberg Radio News' special coverage, live from the LA Times Festival of Books. We're here outside of Doheny Library next to the main stage. I'm Aditya Tiara.
And I'm Sana Mahmood. Our producer Amy went out in the rain this morning to talk to attendees about what events they're looking forward to this weekend and the books they're currently reading.
So tell me your name, please.
Michael Kane.
And what are you doing here from the Festival of Books? Where did you drive off from?
Well, we came from Corona, California. However, we've been coming 30 years, my brother and I. He's somewhere out here. He came to USC. And to answer your question is, well, I love books. I love reading. Our mother was a bookworm and got us make sure we read for enjoyment as well as for school, of course. So school books came first. And I always loved writing. I'm a writer in my spirit. I've written a lot of things, and so I just enjoy the environment and with other book worshipers as well.
Would you mind telling me a little bit about your books and what sort of books you're reading as well?
Yeah, I like a balance of fiction and nonfiction. I'm doing really like biographies, autobiographies, like John D. Rockefeller, for example, or Winston Churchill, or you name it. I like to hear about real people, real stories too, but I do love the imagination and fantasy world of fiction too. So I'm a Trekkie, I'm in Star Wars. I know the Lucas Museum is right there. I can't wait for that. So I love writing, I love reading, I love listening to other authors, and so it's just in my blood.
And what sort of panels are you looking forward to today? I know that we're off to a little bit of a soggy start.
Well, today we're not going to do panels. Historically, we have done panels from book to film, or just it could be about cooking, it could be about California, state parks, or whatever the topic of interest. But today we're not going to do it because it's raining, and we're just going to kind of walk around and listen and go into the stages. We're going to the cooking stage and the poetry stage for sure. But we're going to enjoy ourselves.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Could you tell me your name?
Bethany.
Lori. And have you guys been here at the Festival of Books? Where did you come from today?
Yeah, we're here at the Festival of Books. I'm from out of Granada Hills, so not too far from here.
And I'm from South Pasadena, and we are working the booth at the SCBWI, Society of Children's Book Writers and Illustrators.
Perfect. And how do you feel being here at the Festival of Books? I know that we got off to a quite soggy start, but what are you looking forward to the most here?
I don't know. I love seeing all the different exhibitors and all the different bookstores that are here, and just kind of exploring and seeing what I can find new.
I just love the energy of people being here who love reading, who love books, and we're all gathered to just really celebrate all the things that everyone's writing and all the creation.
Perfect. And what are you guys currently reading right now?
I know I just finished reading Sunrise and the Reaping, which had me crying. And then I'm also reading The Rose Bargain, but I cannot for the life of me remember the author right now.
I am reading, I can't think of what I'm reading right now, but I'm reading one of the Percy Jacksons to my son. So I guess that's what I'm reading right now.
Perfect. And what are you looking forward to today? Will you be sticking around tomorrow? What sorts of books or authors are you looking forward to meeting?
I'm here all day, today and tomorrow. I don't know. Like I said, I like to see the different bookstores. Last year, I know the Ripped Bodice was here as well as the Open Book, so I'm trying to see if I can find both of them again.
I'm actually really looking forward to seeing Amanda Gorman on one of the stages. So looking forward to that.
So tell me your name and why you're here and where did you come from?
My name is Finley Wren. I'm from California, and I came here because I absolutely love books.
And what sort of books are you reading right now?
I'm reading like fantasy books and with romance. That's just like my favorite genre ever.
And have you been to the Festival of Books before, and how was that experience?
This is my first time here, and I'm super excited because I absolutely love it. My best friend is here as well.
And what sort of panels or authors or books are you looking forward to seeing here?
Today we're going to the YA fantasy book thing for girls with the Terra Mafia. I'm super excited. I read her Shadow Me series, and it's absolutely one of my favorite series ever. So tomorrow I'm going to go see Shannon Messenger from the Keeper of the Lost City series, which another one of my favorites.
And will you be sticking around tomorrow?
Yes. That's when Shannon Messenger is coming, and I'm really excited. I can't wait to get my book signed by her. She's like one of my favorite authors ever.
Coming up on the main stage at 12:50 is Hannah Berner and Paige DeSorbo, authors of How to Giggle, in conversation with Alyssa Buriznak, and Roy Choi, author of The Choi of Cooking, is doing a cooking demo at 12:30 p.m. Sana, I know that John M. Chu is definitely one of the most hyped up guests this year at the Festival of Books, and the cool thing is he's also speaking at commencement this year.
I know, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Do you think he's going to say anything substantially different between the two? Do you think he's going to touch on similar themes and messages in his two speeches?
He's here for a book, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'm assuming he's probably going to talk mostly about his book. I'm curious what he'll talk about at graduation. Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't know.
I think what's really surprising to me about like these big celebrities coming here and talking about their books, is I feel like most of the audience, while they do want to hear about the books, they also want to hear about the projects that they're most popular for,
Totally. I mean, that's a lot of the big reasons why I've gone to specific people in the past. I didn't even read their book until after. But yeah, who are you excited about seeing this weekend? Is there anyone in particular?
I'm really hoping I am able to see Kristen Ritter. I love her performance as Jessica Jones in The Defenders and all of the Netflix series.
Nice.
I haven't seen Breaking Bad yet, but I heard she's incredible in that as well. Max Greenfield would also be pretty cool.
Yeah, New Girl. He's here every year. He literally has a book every year. We talked about that earlier, and I haven't read any of them, so maybe I need to get them for my younger siblings. I'm excited about Big Sean tomorrow, and Yvonne Joji from Victorious.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's going to be at the poetry stage, and he's engaged to Halsey, and I'm seeing her in concert in a few weeks. I know, isn't that a crazy crossover? So I'm excited for that, and I hope his poetry kind of hits on Victorious era. I think that'd be funny and interesting. But yeah, are you reading anything cool right now? Me and Ethan were talking about that earlier.
I'm reading mainly comics.
Okay.
In terms of novels, I'm currently reading 2001: A Space Odyssey, which is the novelization that Philip K. Dick and Stanley Kubrick wrote as they were filming 2001: A Space Odyssey. And the cool thing about that is, as they were writing the screenplay, they were like, this isn't working, so let's write the book. And then they were like, this isn't working, and they sort of hopped back and forth as they were writing. But in terms of comics, I mentioned Daredevil earlier. I'm a really big Daredevil fan. I'm currently reading Mark Waid's Daredevil run. If you haven't read it, I highly recommend. It follows Matt Murdock as his identity goes public. It's a very new take on the character. It came out in around 2014, and I feel like, especially with the release of Born Again, more people are looking into getting into Daredevil comics. So that's definitely one that I'd recommend people pick up.
Cool. It seems like there's a lot of comic adjacent events this weekend too, and speakers, so that'll be fun for you.
There was someone last year that me and Ethan actually ran into that was establishing his original series called Lady Mechanica, and now it's not Marvel DC, but it tapped into this steampunk gothic aesthetic that him and I are a really big fan of.
That's cool.
And I caught the first 6 issues. The guy seemed lovely. I'm really interested to see if he's back this year.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
Yeah.
Fun. All right, awesome. Well, I'm excited for us to tune back in and see who else you and Ethan will be talking to in the next few hours.
I'm really excited as well. And that's all for now for Annenberg Radio News' special live coverage from the LA Times Festival of Books. We're going to return at the top of the next hour with more interviews and more coverage, so stay tuned.
sun. Do-do-do. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Little darling, it's
There we go.
Welcome back to Annenberg Radio News' special coverage live from the LA Times Festival of Books. We're here outside Doheny Library next to the main stage. I'm Aditya Tyag.
And I'm Ethan Huang. Right now, Hannah Berner and Paige DeSorbo are on the main stage. Meanwhile, Laura Numeroff, the author behind If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, who we talked to earlier today, is over at the children's stage. With us right now is Faith Snyder, founder of Give a Book USC. Faith, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here. So could you talk a little bit about where the idea for the club came and explain a little bit about how it operates?
Absolutely. So Give a Book, I started here a couple years ago. I had always donated books when I was little and in high school, and I decided that it was a perfect idea to start it here, actually during the LA Times Festival of Books, when I was able to get a bunch of donations.
Wow. And have you been coming back to the festival every year since?
Every year. I love it. I make sure to walk around, try to connect with bookstore owners and local authors, but then also I end up just giving up and walking around because I love it so much.
And what have the highlights been of your time here, either at the Festival of Books or in the 2 years since you founded your club? What are things you've been able to accomplish that you're really proud of?
Okay, I'll answer both. I think here at the Festival of Books, we were able to connect with a local bookstore called The Open Book. And first I'll say it's a great bookstore. They are so sweet. But in freshman year, they gave us 500 children's books so that we could open a library at a local pediatric hospital. So that was so rewarding. I think that's still my favorite thing we've done as a registered student organization, but also that's been my favorite part of the Festival of Books too.
And why is it so important to, have something like this that people can, having all these book donations coming in and being able to connect to people who are receiving these books, especially children? Why is it so important to you?
I think it's so important to me because I've seen how people are reading less and less, and how even with the kind of transition to online books or ebooks or even audiobooks, how people keep going to bookstores less and less. And not only does it affect kids and their attention spans and developmentally, but also these people who are so passionate about books and either writing books or opening bookstores, it makes it almost impossible to succeed in that industry anymore. So I feel like I'm at least doing my part to support them.
Right. And have you ever, at these events or things like that, talked to people who have received books? What was the feedback like?
So, well, I can talk about the hospital that we donated to. I originally reached out to them asking if they accepted book donations because I kind of assumed that they had already a library in place or something like that. And they said, we have been wanting to start one for so long, but book donations aren't really common anymore. People go for other things or just money, which of course goes to medicine and the important things. But, I'm so sorry. Can you repeat your question? I was going somewhere.
Sorry. Just what kind of feedback have you gotten?
That's right. Okay, yeah. So they had been wanting to start that library for so long. And when we reached out to them, they were super excited about the idea. And then I don't think they expected it to come together so quickly. So we were able to work with the Open Book. I had my club members who were so great at what they did. And they were so on it. And within, I want to say it was 3 weeks, we were able to stock their library with, I think it was 750 books. And then they started a program where they were able to give each child who left the hospital a book to take home with them. So they had the best response ever. They, were so grateful for what we were doing. And I think it helped my club members as well see that, what they were doing really has an impact on people. So that was my favorite part, was being able to be a part of a registered student organization that actually has a visible impact.
And in terms of this year, we're here at the Festival of Books. Are there any organizations you've already connected with, are planning on connecting with? What are you looking forward to seeing?
Yes. So this drive that we're doing this year is mainly focused on donating to families who lost everything in the LA wildfires. So
we reached out to 2 organizations that are mainly focusing on that as well. One is the Venice Family Clinic, and they are giving out books, and it's books as well as a bunch of supplies. They're basically giving out care kits to families that lost everything. But I loved it because after we donated to them for the first time, they were like, of course, books are going in our essential care packages. That's like something every family needs. So we're working with them, and then we're working with another one down in Long Beach, which is called the Long Beach Book Truck. And I love them. I love their whole business plan, which is they took this van and they renovated it into like a little bookstore. And then they drive around to mostly underserved schools, and they'll just allow kids to come up, grab a book or two, and take them home. But particularly now, they're also doing book packages to families that lost their books. So those will be the main 2 that we're focusing on. But then hopefully if we have extra, I'll be donating to a few homeless shelters around LA.
Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us. The last thing that we've been asking everybody is, what are you reading right now?
Ooh, that's a good question. Right now, I'm reading one called The Priory of the Orange Tree, and it's gigantic. I think it's like 900 pages, but it's really good so far, so I have to say I recommend it.
Awesome. And thank you so much again. What you're doing is super cool, and
Thank
we're excited
you.
to see Give a Book USC come around next year as well.
Thank you guys so much. Thanks for having me.
Ethan went out and interviewed the COO and co-founder of Cuento Comics, quote, the first all-Asian, all-woman comic book company highlighting Asian and Filipino mythology through the medium of graphic novels.
This is Ethan Huang, and I'm here with Cuento Comics. Could you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Waverly Lim, and I am the COO and co-founder of Cuento Comics.
So could you tell me about this booth and your company and everything like that?
Yeah, so our company is called Cuento Comics. Cuento means story in Tagalog. We're an all-Asian female comic book company, and we're here debuting our first graphic novel, The Mask of Halia. It's a dark supernatural urban fantasy series based off of the lunar moon goddess Halia and her arch nemesis, the Bakunawa, who's a giant sea serpent in the Philippines.
So is this your first year here at the book festival, or have you been here before?
No, this is our first year, and we have been having so much fun. We're only 2 hours in. The foot traffic has been amazing. All the readers have been so lovely, and we're really enjoying ourselves here in the sunny Southern California here at USC.
It's a lot of people lining up here at the booth, but yeah, it's great to hear. So what inspired you to really start this, being a part of this company? What was like the story behind that?
So my mom and I actually moved out to LA the beginning of 2017. I was a fresh young teenager. I was an actress out here, and I was really excited to go on auditions. And as I was going through that process, I realized that there weren't a lot of roles for young Filipina American girls who looked like me, young Asian American girls that looked like me. So we wanted to be part of the solution and actually show Hollywood, hey, these are our stories, these are our characters, this is our culture. And it also deserves to be put out there and seen on the silver screen. So we started with comics and graphic novels, and hopefully more adaptive work coming soon.
Why is it so important for, one, you said it's all female and also all Asian, for like having this space for independent comic books to be able to tell kind of these stories from this perspective? Why is it so important?
Oh, it's everything. I mean, just now there was a Filipina American girl who came by, and she started tearing up the fact that she just saw herself on the page. And to me, in 2025 at least, I think it is so crazy that there's so many people who still don't feel seen in these mediums, especially people who, partake and are readers and have enjoyed reading comics and graphic novels and books for so long. It's really important that everybody feels seen. I mean, I watched Mulan 6 times a day as a young little girl because that was basically the only representation that I saw of anyone that remotely looked like me. So I saw her and I was like, okay, she's a warrior princess, so I can be a warrior princess in my day-to-day life. And so it's extremely important, especially in the comic book space. It's still very heavily male-dominated, and I'm sure when you go to conventions, you can obviously see the way that women's bodies are portrayed and drawn in a certain, male gaze way, if you will. And so it was really important to us that we had our books and our IP drawn, authentically, like the way we look.
And lastly, what are you reading right now?
Ooh, right now I'm currently trying to read other Filipino mythology. So I'm reading Siquijor. It's called Siquijor, which is a play off Siquijor, which is an island in the Philippines that's known for being very superstitious and has a lot of the Babaylan practitioners, which are the shamans in Filipino culture. The author is Yvette Tan.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ethan.
Coming up on the USC stage at 1:30 are the Trojan Men and Sirens a cappella groups, and at the top of the hour is actress and author Jessica Jones herself, Kristen Ritter, talking about her latest novel, Retreat, with Cara Priest. So, speaking of comic books, me and you, Aditya, we are both big fans of comic books, manga. So what have you been reading? What kinds of series have you been keeping up with?
Well, I was just talking with Sana last hour about how much I'm loving Mark Waid's Daredevil run. But if I was to talk about something that I'm reading that's airing right now, I think you know the answer to that, and that's Absolute Wonder Woman.
It's really good. It's really good.
I think what's really crazy about it is, it spins, it makes Diana, you look at the Absolute Superman, Absolute Batman runs, and they're really dark, gritty, and edgy. And with Absolute Wonder Woman, she's raised in hell by Circe, which should be super dark and gritty. But the genius of it is that she's super empathetic, loving, caring, and adopts all of these sort of hell monsters. And I think that's the humanity that makes it special.
Yeah, I know. I was walking around a couple of these booths. There's a few comic book ones, and they have like all the Absolute lines lined up. Martian Manhunters looks really.
The art
crazy.
was really cool. What's been outside of Absolute Wonder Woman? I mean, what comics are you reading, whether old or new?
I haven't been reading as much Western comics, but I've definitely been, continuously reading manga. I've been keeping up with Skip Beat, which is a shoujo series that I'm really liking. I've been wanting to get more into Magical Girl, surprisingly. So I started to read Sailor Moon, and it's very, very good. So,
yeah.
Yes.
I've always loved, the aesthetic of Sailor Moon has been so influential. Even if you look at, My Adventures with Superman, his transformation itself is very Sailor Moon-esque. And, I've not been reading too much manga recently, but I think it's funny that we were just talking about Absolute Wonder Woman, because the manga that I have been reading is Berserk, and it's really funny because they just turned Diana into Guts with, like, the big sword, like, the hell monsters, the aesthetic. It's very Berserk-esque. So, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's all for now for Annenberg Radio News, this special live coverage from the LA Times Festival of Books. We're going to return at the top of the next hour with more interviews and more coverage, especially we're going to be talking with Hope Larson, talking about middle fiction and comic books as well, so going off of our theme again, so stay tuned.
When I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes, and something without warning, love, bears heavy on my mind.
Welcome back to Annenberg Radio News' special coverage live from the LA Times Festival of Books. We are here outside of Doheny Library next to the main stage. I'm Ethan Huang.
And I'm Aditya Tyag. Right now, Kristen Ritter of Jessica Jones and Breaking Bad is on the main stage talking about her novel Retreat with Cara Price. With us right now is New York Times best-selling author and multi-Eisner Award winner Hope Larson here to talk about her book Very Bad at Math. Hope, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for having me on.
Thanks for being here. How are you feeling about being here? I mean, right before this, you were talking about, it's been 6 years since you've been here. How does it feel to be back in LA, back at the LA Times Festival of Books?
Well, I mean, it feels great. I lived here for about 7 years, and it's like coming back to a totally different city. Everything has changed. But the festival is just like I remember it. It's so much fun. It's so warm. And I'm running into all these old friends, Jen Wang and my friend Kayla, who's working the show. It's just really nice to be back.
Right, so you're here to talk about your book, Very Bad at Math. So could you tell us more about that and, what was behind that?
Sure. So Very Bad at Math is a middle grade graphic novel, and it's about this 8th grade girl. Her name's Verity, nicknamed Very. And she is this major overachiever. She's class president for 3 years in a row, and she's just like best in all of her subjects at school except for one, which is math. And she starts to fail math and eventually figures out that she has dyscalculia, which is kind of like numbers dyslexia, and needs to learn some new skills to get through her math class so that she isn't removed from office for a low GPA.
And could you talk to us about why it was important for you to tackle this disability, have that be the driving force of the plot, so to speak?
Well, I have dyscalculia myself. A lot of the stuff that happens to her in the book is stuff that happened to me to an extent. I was not class president, but I did start failing math in high school and had to be pulled out and put into a special, like, smaller class for kids who are having a hard time with math. And unfortunately for me, I did not learn that what was going on in my brain was dyscalculia until I was in my 30s, which is like way too late for high school math.
And here's that, sounds like you have a lot of personal inspiration kind of coming out of this, but what other kinds of inspiration drove you to write this book, especially in discussing what you want to say to younger readers in particular?
I would say that the big theme of the book is really that nobody's perfect. Perfection is boring, and also everybody is dealing with some kind of struggle in their life, whether or not you know it, and whether or not it's like something you can see. And that's just part of being human. So it's okay to ask for help, and it's okay to accept the parts of yourself that you see as being problematic, I guess.
And you've written a lot, from like original comics to doing a run of Batgirl, which my favorite Bat Family member.
Thank you so much.
So how has doing a range of these different sort of books and speaking to different kinds of audiences influenced your work to talking to the 8th grade middle audience demographic?
Oh my gosh, that's such a hard question. Well, I feel like I'm most at home writing middle grade because I can go back and sort of draw on my experiences being a kid in middle school who just felt super uncool and was having a tough time, and I can write a book and a story for that person that says it's going to be okay. Because I think that's really the main thing that I wanted to hear when I was that age is like, you're okay, you're going to be fine. There's nothing wrong with you, really.
Right, and especially because you write a lot of graphic novels and comics, why is that specific medium so effective at reaching certain audiences?
Well, there's a lot of cheering in the background. I would say that comics have this superpower, which is they can reach kids and readers who are not comfortable with just a wall-to-wall prose, with just a novel. Kids who might pick up a novel and read the words, Very was upset. And they wouldn't be able to understand that the same way as if they can look at a picture of Very being upset. It's a lot easier to empathize. So it's just really nice to know that I work in a medium that can get to kids who can't be reached with other kinds of books, and maybe that'll help them find the confidence to try one of those harder, scarier books.
And talking about not just the medium of graphic novels, but writing in general, right? You always hear the argument that people are reading less and less, or even in comics, there's a struggle of how do we update our old characters to make sure they can reach the younger audience, right? It seems like you were saying, you were writing based on your own experiences when you were in middle school. How do you feel like you've adapted issues that people that are sort of cross-generational and make them more updated, make them more relevant in your writing?
Well, I mean, I live in the world. The world is, the world's always changing. Yeah. I have written books that are set in the 90s. I have one called Be That Way, which is about this girl in the 90s, and it's the closest thing I've done to autobio, but it's definitely not. I think just trying to be aware of the world and make your work as reflective as possible of real life, because the 90s are not going to be super relatable to somebody who is in 7th grade right now.
Yeah, for sure. And lastly, your panel is just in a bit, so what are you hoping to really discuss, especially being alongside other people who write middle fiction? What are the kinds of things that you are hoping to get out of it, and also impart onto the people who are going to be sitting in the audience?
Well, the thing that I always really love about being on panels is getting this little peek into the working processes of other authors, because everybody has their own weird way of approaching a book. How do you make a book? How do you make a graphic novel? Do you write a script? Do you just go straight into drawing? How do you work on paper? Do you work on an iPad? So I love to talk shop, basically. So that's always my favorite part. And kids always have great questions too. So I'm always just curious to see what they're going to ask.
And we've been asking this question, I think, to everyone who's come on air today, and we've even talked about it amongst ourselves. What are you currently reading right now? What's your book recommendation to everyone listening at home?
Right now I'm reading Sunrise on the Reaping.
Very timely.
Prior to that, I read Geek Love for my book club, which I respect but cannot recommend.
Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Okay. Well, next up, I went over to the Jane Austen Society of North America to talk about their work in celebrating the iconic author's life and legacy, so listen here. I am recording. Okay. This is Ethan Huang, and I'm here in front of the Jane Austen Society of North America booth, and could you introduce yourself to me?
I'm Jane Volz. I'm a co-regional coordinator of the Southwest region of the Jane Austen Society.
Right, so could you tell me about this organization and what you all do?
The Jane Austen Society of North America has, as a national organization, of 5,000 members. Our Southwest region is the largest region in the organization. We have almost 300 members. We cover 5 Southern California counties. We hold our meetings all over Southern California since our members are spread all over. We hold 4 events a year. 2 are half-day and 2 are full-day events. Next weekend, May 3rd and 4th, we're having a 2-day gala of speakers and workshops, and we're having a ball on Saturday night. We'll be at the Dina Hotel in Pasadena and at the Huntington Library and Gardens on Sunday.
And I see that many of the people working here are all very dressed up for the event. Is that something you all do normally for these balls and things like that?
Yes. We encourage people to dress in Regency. Regency dress is encouraged but not required. It is admired but not required. At the ball, it's lots of fun. Some of us are dressed up to attract people to our booth, which is that's very successful. Yeah, and I just do this all the time.
So this is not your first year being here at the event?
This is our 13th year with the LA Times Book Festival, so we're very happy to be here.
And what is it like just, being here interacting with people who either fans of Jane Austen or people who might be, discovering the work for the first time?
Oh, it's so exciting. It's really fun to talk about our love for Jane Austen. So many people, we ask, are you fans of Jane? And they, of course, they say they are. They're coming in. As you can see, we have a very busy booth. We had 4,000 visitors last year. Every year it gets more. We just love to share our love of Jane. This is the 250th anniversary of her birth this year, so there are many activities, and we encourage people to check out our website at jasnasw.com. That is jasnasouthwest.com.
And speaking of your love of Jane Austen, what is your favorite book and why?
My favorite book has to be Persuasion.
So Leslie, tell me, what are you currently reading? Anything, either could be a Jane Austen book or anything beyond that as well.
I'm currently reading Jill Hornby's Miss Austen, and that is the Masterpiece series that is coming out next weekend. And at our event, we'll be showing preview. We're partnering with KOCE PBS, and we'll be showing that at the Huntington.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Coming up on the USC stage at 2:40 is Wildflower, an indie pop rock musical performance. And on the main stage at 3:10 is writer Amy Schneider in conversation with Vanessa Franco. Ethan, obviously Hope Larson gave us an incredible discussion of middle fiction. It took me back to middle school, which was sort of around the time I got into comic books, elementary, middle. What were some of your introductory comic book experiences that got you into the medium?
That's tough. I know. Well, I will say, as a kid, before I really got into reading, I was doing a lot of watching videos, YouTube videos, talking about comic books. And I think definitely the first superhero I sort of really latched onto was Green Lantern. So the first comic I ever bought was Blackest Night. So I really, fell in love with the medium there, and it was kind of crazy just reading an event story. It was the first thing I really got into. But I love Green Lantern, though. Even though I used to love Hal Jordan, I think Kyle Rayner's my guy.
I'm assuming you were pretty upset when, the upcoming DCU has Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart with the Lantern Show, Guy Gardner in the DCU, and then Jessica Cruz in the My Adventures with Green Lantern animated show. There is no Kyle Rayner representation.
Where is he? I miss him. I need him back.
Well, in terms of my introductory comic experiences, I would have to say, I grew up reading Spider-Man and Batman for sure. Mainly Batman, actually. Year One is still my favorite. Batman Year One by Frank Miller and David Mazzucchelli is still my favorite, maybe, book ever. Absolutely foundational. And in terms of independent stuff, we were talking about it a little before, but Amulet by Kazu Kibushi is so cool.
And the funniest thing is that I feel like neither of us ever bought a copy of Amulet. I always went to Barnes & Noble, and that was the first thing I would head to and just read Amulet in Barnes & Noble.
I've had experiences where I mainly got Amulet from the library, but even up to within the last year, I sat down and I read Scott Snyder's The Court of Owls storyline for Batman at Barnes & Noble. I just pick a comic up, sit down, and read it cover to cover. And I've done the same for Infinity Gauntlet and like Secret Wars. It's a lot of great comics out there. In terms of events, you were just talking about Blackest Night. Do you have a favorite from Marvel?
Tough. I know, I think I remember like going through Spider-Verse and Civil War back then. I know people have sort of waned on the opinion of those, especially when there are adaptations that like came out of both of those events, surprisingly, and then of course the Spider-Verse movie is somewhat a lot better than the comic book. But I think those ones were probably the ones that I remember the most doing. But yeah,
I think for Marvel, I would say mine is either Jonathan Hickman's Secret Wars, and if it counts, I want to say the Dark Phoenix Saga by Chris Claremont, and John Byrne, absolutely incredible. But then for DC, either Dark Knight's Metal or Kingdom Come is just so good.
Yeah, Kingdom Come is easily one of my favorites. That's the art, man.
Yeah, Alex Ross. Yeah.
Well, that's all we have for Annenberg Radio News, the special live coverage from the LA Times Festival of Books. For now, we'll be back at the top of the next hour with an interview with John Scalzi, sci-fi author who's here to promote his latest book, and of course more coverage, so stay tuned.
We get it almost every night, and when that moon gets a big and bright.
Welcome back to Annenberg Radio News' special coverage live from the LA Times Festival of Books. We are here outside of the Doheny Library next to the main stage. I'm Ethan Huang.
And I'm Nina Mutadat. In a few minutes, writer Amy Schneider will be on the main stage in conversation with Vanessa Franco. But joining us now is popular sci-fi author of the Kaiju Preservation Society and The Old Man's War, John Scalzi, here to promote his latest book, When the Moon Hits Your Eye. John, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much for having me.
So your panel was just a few hours ago. So what was that like, just to be able to be there?
It was actually really good. It was me and it was TJ Klune, and it was television's Will Wheaton, and we were talking about politics and science fiction and fantasy. And as you might imagine, right now is a very interesting time to be writing science fiction and fantasy, and also a very interesting time to be alive in the United States. So we had a frank exchange of views, and I think people really enjoyed it.
Yeah. So a lot of your work in the past has drawn from like science fiction icons like Starship Troopers, Star Trek, many of which are, as you're talking about, they have political charge.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like sci-fi and fantasy are a great vehicle for conveying real-world politics and issues in a compelling way. How do you kind of work with those in your own work at all?
Well, it's really interesting because there's kind of two ways to do it. If you are talking about science fiction and fantasy that is done in a contemporary time, then you absolutely cannot ignore politics because you are trying to chronicle the world as it exists. And so the question then becomes, how much of it do you put in and how much do you observe? If you are talking about science fiction that's hundreds or thousands of years in the future, then it becomes a whole different equation, because it makes no sense for people in the future, like 200, 300, 400 years, to be talking specifically about the topics today. It would be like all of us having a really angry conversation about who is right, Jefferson or Adams, right? It's just not going to show up that way. So what you have to do is you have to go for what is a general sort of theme that you want to talk about, and how do you map that into that future world. So both of them have their challenges, but in both cases you can't really ignore that humans are essentially political animals, and if you are going to write humans at all accurately, there is going to be some aspect of their social interaction that basically is politics.
Right. So tell me about your latest book, When the Moon Hits Your Eye, which really much is leaning into the absurdity of the question of what if the moon was actually made of cheese. So where did that idea come from?
I mean, it's been around forever and ever. When I remember being in elementary school and going in and looking at books where they were talking about the moon is turned to cheese. And so everybody knows about it. And one of the things that I kind of do, one of my specialties in the science fiction thing, is taking ideas that people already know about and sort of interrogating them from a completely different point of view. So the moon turning to cheese is obviously ridiculous. But what is not ridiculous is the idea that events happen that are absolutely outside of our control, but they apply to everyone. And every generation has had these massive events happen. There have been wars, there have been depressions, there have been famines, there have been natural disasters, there have been elections. All of these sorts of things that you may not have actively participated in or only had a slight foothold in, but no matter what, now you have to deal with it. And so for me, it was fun to take what was essentially an absurd idea, which is the moon turning to cheese, and have the people who had to live through it take it absolutely seriously in terms of what it meant for their own lives. And one of the things that I get from people who've been reading this book is, I read a book about the moon turning to cheese that made me cry, how dare you? And I kind of love that.
Yeah, so when it comes with working with that kind of absurd ideas, whether it's in the moon turning into cheese or if there's a Kaiju Preservation Society, and you're working with the logistics of how would this actually work out in a world, how do you balance that kind of the sci-fi aspects of it and then the messages you're trying to tell or the story you're trying to tell?
So the most important thing is actually the characters, and I will tell you why. Because you can have the most absurd idea, but one of the things that you have to do is have your people play fair with that idea, right? So in the case of the Kaiju Preservation Society, it is going to a parallel Earth where evolution has gone differently, and now you have these kaiju-like creatures, and that's where they live. And all the people who are there are scientists trying to study these things and trying to understand them, and you play fair with it, like they're like, we're doing science over here, and by the way, this is completely ridiculous, right? But as long as they are very serious about what they're doing, how they're doing it, even in an absurd situation, even when they know it's an absurd situation, it kind of brings it home. There is nothing that you can't write about in science fiction or fantasy or anywhere else, no matter how absurd, as long as you have your characters play fair, living through that thing.
Right, and there's kind of also a great question, which I think within science fiction specifically is, I notice that a lot of times people misinterpret it, or it always attracts the wrong kinds of fan base. You see things like Star Wars, and you see things like a lot of these like kind of science fiction spaces, because it's so out there, it has a very clear message. But I think a lot of people kind of end up leaning way too much into like the setting, or they use that to kind of mask maybe the message that they don't like. Do you ever fear that your work can be misinterpreted?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's the whole joke where somebody has written the book called The Torment Nexus, which is meant to be the thing you should absolutely avoid, and someone's like, we made the Torment Nexus because it's so cool, and the author is like, no, I was warning you against the Torment Nexus. The thing is that writing a book or any sort of creativity is meeting the person who is approaching it halfway, right? I will write a book and I will put themes in it or not put themes in it. I will make it however I want, and then I put it out in the world, and somebody comes to it with their own brain, right, which has its own thoughts and everything else, and what they're going to get out of it isn't necessarily the same thing that I intentionally put into it. And so that's always very interesting when you put something out there and you're like, this is a cautionary tale, and someone's like, no, but actually that's really cool and I want to live in that world. And you're like, I don't know who you are, but I do know you need therapy. And these are the people that become billionaires, unfortunately. So, but as far as it goes, I mean, this is the risk you take, like I said, with any creative field, that you are only half of the equation, and the other half of the equation is the reader or the viewer or the listener, and they will always bring themselves to that book. And sometimes that can be miraculous. Like, people will see something in the book that you didn't know that you would put in, and it means something to them, and it can be a cornerstone of their life, even if it's, again, an absurd idea.
Right. And I know that you write nonfiction as well. You have your own blog site. How do you decide whether to share a message, whether it be through fiction or reality?
Most of the time, if I'm talking directly about stuff that's going on in the world today, then I will just go ahead and put it on the blog, or I'll be on Blue Sky or Threads and just be like, hey, just so you know, fascism is bad, don't do it, kids, or whatever it is. And that's going to be it's going to be sufficient for what I want to do. When I'm writing fiction, a lot of the times, like I said, if you are writing in contemporary time, you cannot ignore the milieu in which you live in. But it's not usually the thing that I'm hitting it directly head on like I would on my own site or on Blue Sky or on other social media. That is for me where on social media I'm like, here's my hammer, I'm going to hit you directly with it. Whereas in fiction, I'm trying to tell a story, and some of the political aspects will be there because the world is what the world is. But first, I'm trying to tell you something to entertain you.
Yeah, and speaking of Blue Sky, you recently announced how you wrote on Love, Death, and Robots. I was wondering, is there anything about that experience that you really enjoyed, and is there anything else that you're looking forward to?
Oh, so I've been with Love, Death, and Robots actually since the very first season, and it's just been a wonderful experience. The folks at Blur Entertainment, who are the folks who are putting it together, Tim Miller, who is the executive producer that I work with most of all, they've been wonderful people to work with because they take authors seriously. They're not just like, oh, we're going to take your story, kids, so long, here's some scraps, go enjoy yourself. They actually want you to participate. They'll send you like roughs of it and everything. So I got to see in the first season the progression of what they were doing, and then in the second and subsequent seasons I wrote the scripts and got to participate in that. So it is without a doubt one of the best experiences that I've had in Hollywood, and I've been optioning stuff and doing stuff in LA for the last 20 years, so very positive. And it's and it's always fun when it comes out and you find out, like, for example, this year one of my characters is being voiced by John Oliver, and I'm just like, how is this my life? This is awesome.
Right. Well, to end off the question we've been asking every single person who's come into this booth, what are you currently reading right now?
What am I currently reading right now? So my friend Mary Robinette Cole, who is a Hugo, Nebula, and Locus Award-winning author, has the fourth book in her Lady Astronaut series, which is called The Martian Contingency. And I've been reading that, and I've just been enjoying it. The entire series, which starts off with the book The Calculating Stars, which is the one that won all the awards, is just tremendous. And so to be able to go back into this alternate universe where we have a space program that has actually made it to Mars has been a lot of fun. And she's such a wonderful writer, so that's what I've been reading recently.
Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming by, and we look forward to looking at your book.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Up next, our field reporter Liam Wadey was able to catch up with festival attendee Angel Basiri about what they were excited to see in the rest of this festival, and also tomorrow.
And what brings you here to the Los Angeles Times Book Festival?
I would like to have some of my books signed by the authors, and I'm just in line right now waiting for Kelly Hart.
How long have you been waiting in line for?
Well, we got here a little bit, 9:30ish this morning, and by the time we got here due to the rain, everything was delayed, so by the time we find the booths, I would say about 2-3 hours, give or take, between parking and coming here.
Is there anything else that you're going to do while you're here?
We walked around. We saw the booths. There's some of them that has like merchandise, books, other authors, other publishers. So we just kind of browsed around. But the main reason I'm here is for the author signing.
And why are you specifically here for this author?
I like her books. This specific book I didn't read yet, so hopefully I read it soon. I heard a lot of things, good things about it, so I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, I just wanted to be personalized to my name. It's Quicksilver by Cully Hart. It's a romantasy, and that's all I can say about it.
Awesome. And my last question is there anything else that's happening today that you're looking forward to?
I'll just head home once I'm done with all the signings. Hopefully I get some of my books signed. There's another sign-in by Ellie Hazelwood later on today. Hopefully I can make that, and I have her books here too.
Thank you so much.
Coming up on the main stage at 4:20 are Sam Sanders and Zach Stafford of the Vibe Check podcast with special guest Inez Smith.
So we already established that you're a very big John Scalzi fan. So what other kinds of science fiction have you been reading recently? What kind of science fiction do you love reading?
Yeah, so I've been reading a couple different things. What I really love about Scalzi's work is really diving into the logistics of how the world works and the different little things. But recently I've been reading Politics, the Form of a Mortal Girl, which is a really interesting story about someone who works at a queer bar in a university town, but they're also a shapeshifter, and so they're able to kind of traverse the gender spectrum as a shapeshifter. It's really awesome.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, right now I don't know what's the most recent sci-fi book I've read. I've been reading a lot of more fantasy and weird supernatural stuff like House of Leaves, but I think the last sort of sci-fi book I've read is there's a light novel series called Vampire Hunter D. There are currently almost more than 40 books. It's been constantly running since the 80s. I read the first 3 volumes of it, and I kind of really fell in love with it, mainly because of the artwork. I love the art by Yoshitaka Amano. It's a strange mishmash of, when you think of vampire hunters, you will think of something like Victorian or Gothic kind of era, but the thing is that the twist is it takes place in the future. So you have this vampire roaming around and fighting vampires, fighting against also people with guns and motorcycles and weird sci-fi stuff going on. So it's a really, really good book and series, and there's 2 really great adaptations in terms of the movies that have adapted it too. So yeah, that's something I've been really loving reading.
Wow. I mean, so if we're talking about vampires and movies, I have to ask, have you seen Sinners? Because it's all everyone's been talking about.
I have, and not to plug our Annenberg Radio News show from this week, on our segment Film Frequency, we interviewed Sev Ohanian, the producer of Sinners, and yeah, it was really, really good. So, yes.
Have to check it out. All right, well, that's all for now for Annenberg Radio News' special live coverage for the LA Times Festival of Books. We'll return at the top of the next hour with more interviews and more coverage, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to Annenberg Radio News' special coverage live from the LA Times Festival of Books. We are here outside of Doheny Library next to the main stage. I'm Sana Mahmood.
And I'm Amy Lopez. Glendale power pop and indie rock band Manet just performed now at the USC stage, but joining us now is a special guest. We're here with Ron Arias, whose career spans fiction, non-fiction, and journalism. His first novel, The Road to Tamazunchale, was nominated for a National Book Award 50 years ago. And after a storied career as a journalist, he's here promoting his latest novel, Gardens of Plenty. Ron, thank you so much for joining us. How are you today?
I'm fine, and thanks for inviting me.
Of course.
So you started your fiction career 50 years ago, and you had a very successful career as a journalist and then as a nonfiction writer, and now you're back to your first love, fiction. What has it been like to make that shift?
It was difficult to get rid of the journalistic tricks that journalists have to write fast and work fast, to writing something original and creative that didn't follow journalistic rules. And that's what fiction is, use of the imagination. And that was... It took me about 3 or 4 years to get into the groove of writing fiction again, because when I was a journalist, and I called myself a parachute journalist, all over the world for not just People magazine, but for Associated Press and for newspapers and freelance outlets in many countries. You learn to... Well, every story is exciting. Journalism is never boring, and it was so exciting that who needs fiction if you live a life that's full of adventure? And fiction is an adventure. So now that I retired, I learned to invent my own stories, my own adventures. But in order to get to that point, I had to write what I call the stories behind the stories. So if I went to, let's say, Somalia to cover the war or the famine, and I did that in many countries, different hotspots, a number of wars, in and out, parachuting, I never got to tell the story of how I got the story. And sometimes that was much more interesting than the story themselves. So in, let's say, Somalia, my photographer and I, a woman photographer from New York, used to shooting very realistic stories about abused women. So they sent her with me, People magazine, to cover a very tough story about starving people, because there was a war going on, a drought and a famine, and the story was focused on an American Red Cross nurse. So I told that story about this 1 week in the life of Mary Taylor, which is her name. But the exciting part for me was walking down the street of this town in Somalia, in the interior, and being surrounded and confronted by armed men chewing the local narcotic khat. And they were all hyped up and pointing a grenade launcher at me, 3 or 4 feet away, and I thought I'd have my head blown off. And they were all excited, and there are reports of a lot of people killed, just randomly. And there we were, journalists, foreigners, couldn't speak their language, and the only thing that saved us was our translator, our minder, you might say, came running up and intervened and saved us. Well, the lead up and the details and the description of the town, that was much more exciting than the story on a nurse and starving people.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of thing that got me back to writing fiction.
Yeah.
I could write it in my own words.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And speaking of, you wrote to Tamazun Chale 50 years ago, which is considered a seminal piece in Chicano literature. And now you're here promoting Gardens of Plenty. So could you tell us about this book and your process writing and researching it? Where did you draw the inspiration?
Well, the Tamazun Chale was inspired by my grandmother, who in her dying days still showed a sense of humor. She was almost 90, and it happened in what they call Frogtown, Los Angeles, right next to the LA River. And her humor pervades that novel. And it's a novel, a comic novel, you might say, about death and dying. And it all takes place in Los Angeles, in Lincoln Heights, in East LA, in downtown, even right around here. And in parts of this man's imagination in South America. Where I lived a number of years, I was in the Peace Corps in Peru, near Cusco. So the question was...
with Gardens of Plenty, what was the process like writing that book?
Now, that was exploring my own roots as a Mexican-American kid, a Chicano. I grew up in L.A. and with parents and grandparents from Chihuahua, Mexico. Like so many Chicanos, we didn't know much about we lived our roots, you might say, but I wanted to know more. So eventually I got to Berkeley and started a series of Latin American literature classes and Latin American geography, and I got so interested in the roots, not only of my Mexican roots, but all of Latin America. Anybody speaking Spanish or Portuguese, where do they come from? And that got me to reading about the first accounts of the Spaniards in the New World. And they are the ones that populated the New World first. 100 years later came the English and the French and the Dutch. But first it was Spaniards. And the crossroads of the world at that time, the beginning of globalization, of the mixture of languages, religions, races, diseases, all the crucible was in Mexico, or in those days it was called New Spain. And I wanted a glimpse, a look at that. Well, how did you do that? Well, you do it with a character who's from outside that culture, or that world. And it turned out to be a composite character of an English orphan ship's boy who comes over to the New World on the first slave ship that was bankrolled by Queen Elizabeth in England. And they collected Africans off the Guinea coast and brought them to sell to Spanish colonists. And he ends up cast away in what is northern Mexico near Tampico. And he spends 25 years living in this new world. And that gave me, after all my research on the diseases and the trade with Asia, for example, there were many Asian slaves, not just African slaves, from Japan, China, the Philippines, Malaysia. A lot of people don't know that, and if you tested most Mexicans in Mexico, you would find they not only have African blood, but there are a lot of other mixtures. And of course, the predominant indigenous, all the different tribes or nations, different languages. So my character, without being pedantic or textbookish, tells the story of life in that time, in the late 1500s, excuse me, or the 16th century. And it's like the foundation of modern Mexico, how it got to be the way it is. And it was also a slice of real life that I took from the facts that I uncovered in my research. And I traveled all over the places where my character went, and lived in some of those places and all over Mexico. So, and that was wonderful. I loved doing the research because it was like a time travel to research and write about that world. And it was a way of perhaps sharing with other people what we're made of, what we came from.
It's really interesting. I think you kind of answered this a little bit, but how has your background as a Mexican-American Angelino informed the sorts of books and narratives that you write?
Oh, one, the language helped. I learned Spanish not so much from my parents who wanted to be all American, English only at home, but I got to live with my grandmother when I was 5 or 6 in El Paso, Texas. She didn't speak English, and I came back. I think I had forgotten most of my English. It was pure Spanish. But that, and I also got to live a rural life. She owned a dairy farm, and so I got to be friendly and familiar with animals and their care. And when I got to Latin America, I could live in the Peace Corps with indigenous people, the Quechua speaking, and I learned some of that. And I loved it because it was the way most people live in the world. They're poor. And I had come from a year in Buenos Aires, which is the other extreme. You might as well be in Paris or Barcelona. So I got a view of early on of what it takes. It was part of me, and I feel very comfortable in any Latin American country because I've lived in a lot of those, and imitate the accents, whether it's Cuban or Venezuelan or Porteño, Argentine. That background is really, and living with my grandmother, I think, gave me the impetus to continue. Just because I live in Los Angeles and write mostly in English and live in an Anglo world doesn't mean that I leave my roots behind. It's carried with me.
And during your many years at People magazine, you were what's known as a parachute reporter, and you would travel and report news around the world. So how did this inspire your writing, and does it still inspire you today?
Oh yeah, it absolutely. It never leaves me. In fact, every story I ever did, I remember all these things. I mean, spending a day with Shaquille O'Neal was great. I loved it.
Wow.
I got to play basketball with the guy and got to dunk on him. And I did, because his son had a little plastic basketball, and he couldn't reach down that deep, but I could. Anyway, I did that, or I spent a day with Shirley Temple, the child actress, or Rita Moreno, and both those women made sandwiches for me in their kitchens. And I just loved it. I loved the celebrity stuff and the real world stuff, like dodging bullets in Sarajevo, or that really was exciting, or in Nicaragua, running with the president, Daniel Ortega, and having to do my interview while running 5 miles. That was an experience. Anyway, I think I'm blessed because I've had all these experiences, and the fact that my background is dual, I'm a hybrid, Mexican and American. I feel I'm more of a chameleon. Whenever I go to Japan, where my son lives, I speak enough Japanese to get around, and I've studied it, And I have 3 grandsons, 2 of them professional baseball pitchers in Japan.
Oh, wow. That's
And one 11-year-old, very precocious kid that, anyway, it's a delight to deal with my grandchildren who are fluent in both languages and some Spanish. I'm pushing that. But I feel at home almost anywhere in the world.
That's beautiful.
And I think it's because of my background, and being bicultural, bilingual. So whenever I go to a foreign country, I can just sort of blend in. You can always hire translators if you get too far into the bush and you need somebody.
What is it about writing fiction that particularly draws you to the genre?
Well, it's complete freedom. You can write in any voice, first person, second person, third person. This last novel I wrote in third person, all 400 pages, and it didn't quite work. It seemed distant, so I switched to present tense, first person. So I tell the story by my character in the present. So you never know what's going to happen next. It's very immediate. So I couldn't do that in journalism. Well, I did some in journalism. You know, I think of writing, good writing is just a lot of rewriting. And whether it's journalism, you're using those forms, or fiction. And sure, I've met a lot of famous writers. In fact, my first famous writer was a sit-down, wine-drinking time with Ernest Hemingway in Pamplona, Spain. I was 17 years old, hitchhiking through Spain, and he was there in the plaza by himself drinking with a friend, but he excused himself when I said, "Can I get your autograph?" And he said, "You want some wine?" And I said, "Sure." And I was just what they call a mochilero, I had a backpack and a sleeping bag, and that's all. And he sat down, he just quizzed me like a reporter. And I kept thinking, why is he asking me the questions? And I think it's because I found out fiction writers are always looking for new material.
Wow.
And he milked me for, what did you do, and where do you sleep, and what do you eat, on and on.
So there's an Ernest Hemingway character based off of you somewhere?
No, but in this novel I have a cameo appearance of the 2 greatest writers at the time, European writers, Miguel de Cervantes, the author of Don Quixote, and William Shakespeare. And my character actually sits down and meets with them. And that's an offshoot of what happened to me, sitting down and talking to, at the time, the most popular writer in the world.
Yeah. And so we've been asking this to all of the people that we've been interviewing, but what are you currently reading right now?
What am I reading?
Yes.
I'm reading a memoir of the German director Werner Herzog, who wrote a lot of movies. I mean, he made a lot of movies.
Yeah.
And he's also an actor. And I only know I'm reading that because my son just wrote the script for Herzog's next movie.
Oh, wow.
And my son is a movie person, and writes scripts and directs movies for the Japanese market, and sometimes for the American market. Like he's worked with James Cameron.
Oh, wow.
And Spike Lee, Coen Brothers.
Wow.
And my son has a long Wikipedia. And anyway, Herzog knew I was a writer, and my son must have said, "Well, can you sign this for my dad?" And Herzog gave me his book.
Aww.
So I'm reading that, and it's quite interesting.
Interesting. Well, thank you so much for
You're welcome.
telling us your amazing life story. It was a pleasure to meet you and hear from you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Peace.
Great. Well, next, our producer, Daishlin Satcher, was able to talk with her professor about his new book. Let's take a listen. I'm sitting here today with Lorcan O'Herlihy, the founding principal and creative director of Lorcan O'Herlihy Architects, an award-winning architecture and urban design firm based in Los Angeles and Detroit. He's also an architecture professor here at USC. Earlier today, he spoke on a panel called The State of Housing in LA and Beyond. He, as well as 3 other experts in the field, sat down to share their knowledge on the housing crisis in Los Angeles that has been further exacerbated by the recent fires. Thank you so much for coming into the studio today, Lorcan. For some of our listeners who weren't able to attend, what was one of the main points from the conversation that you had earlier on the panel?
Yes, it was addressing issue of the state of housing in Los Angeles and further, meaning that this crisis that we're having in terms of providing housing for all was the primary basis of the discussion, including, of course, the most critical one is supportive housing for the unhoused.
And so who were some of the other panelists on the conversation today?
It was my friend and colleague, Frances Anderton, who is a wonderful journalist / radio personality. Mm-hmm. She had a great show called DNA, Design and Architecture, on KCRW. In addition to Frances was Liz Filletta, who's a professor here at USC, and Dowell Myers, who's also professor and director of Population Dynamics Research Group at the Price School of Public Policy.
Wonderful. Sounds like good company. So not only did you speak on a panel today, but your firm also just recently put out a new book titled Building in Place. What is the common theme in this collection of works that LOHA prides itself on when it comes to urban design?
Right. Well, the book is called Building in Place. That is a very interesting term because so much of architecture is about understanding context. Mm-hmm. So this idea that you produce work and you recognize the value of place is essential. A subcategory of the book is rooted in context and social equity. So it's primarily looking at 16 of our projects and seeing how we were able to produce architecture that not only produce good architecture, design does matter in this world, but also that we recognize how buildings need to have a sense of contextual and commitment to the environment and neighborhood that you're building.
And so how important is it to organize projects into books like these to further education and innovation in the field of architecture?
I think it's wonderful because it's an opportunity for architects who've had a practice for a while, if they're fortunate enough to be able to work with a wonderful publishing company like Rizzoli, is that you have opportunity to reflect on the work, but also to be able to provide it for the younger generation to understand what are the values that a particular architect has. So it's an opportunity to consolidate and be more concise in what your commitment is to what you're doing, and for want of a better word, the narrative in which your practice has, meaning that what is important to you and what is your path, and that's what the book was doing.
Awesome. And do you plan on stopping by any other of the stages today or visiting any of the booths?
Yes, I'd love to if I had the opportunity. Unfortunately, one I did want to see was Amanda
Gorman, yeah.
And unfortunately, I think her session was at the same time as mine, but I was going to walk over there and just see if I can catch a little bit of it.
Oh, wonderful.
Among
yeah.
Others.
Hopefully it went late, so hopefully you can still catch it. But thank you so much for your time. And make sure to order yourself a copy of Building in Place out now. Okay, it is the end of our last day. Amy, how do you think the Festival of Books went?
Well, it got off to a really soggy start, as we were talking about earlier. It was downpouring like crazy, but the sun managed to let up a little bit. And there's a lot of people here. It's really surprising.
Yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow. Big Sean and Jenny Slate and Josh Gad. We got Olaf here. Anyone in particular you're excited about tomorrow?
Honestly, I am very excited to see Big Sean. I did not expect him to be a guest in this Festival of Books, but excited to see what he'll talk about.
Awesome.
Thank you for joining us for Annenberg Radio News' special live coverage from the LA Times Festival of Books. We will return tomorrow at 10 in the morning, streaming live on YouTube. Coming up, we have interviews with author Bruce Eric Kaplan and many others.